in shallow and making these like little maneuvers, especially in shallow and dropping in and out of it, is a skill that I know I need to work on a lot. I suppose this is the time to do it.
Difficult though, it's like a lot different.
Yeah.
peaceful way to enter. I tend to go here, by my side, and then you can pump up like this, swing your legs in. You can just crawl right on. Try not to fall.
Stand up.
Exactly. Dealer's choice. Okay, lovely. You guys can sit down.
Or are you just gonna like?
I hope not. Hopefully you'll be holding on.
Oh,
Lovely. And then I think we've got a group of 4 that's on this raft as well. The Johnson group. Yeah, so you guys are on this raft with Jasmine, and there'll be some people doing it.
And who wants to be beside me?
Oh, are they filming glasses? Wow. Are they what? The IPX, yeah. You might have to. Cool, and then you guys are also. Yeah, right here. It's just at the top right here, just so you know, the medication. Is it an EpiPen?
Yes.
Cool.
And puffer.
Lovely. Cool. Hi guys.
Hi.
I'm Trey. Taija might have mentioned it. Can't remember now. Hopefully I'm your guide all day, barring any excitement. Yeah, you might have noticed this extremely insane camera setup. So I think it's filming us all day. I think we're actually in fact live currently. It's some sort of trial thing we're testing out. But the video gets posted, so you guys can check it out. I think it'll be posted by tonight. So you can look at yourself in the graphics, see our form, see how well we're doing.
See the end. Yeah, we will.
You won't. So the top ones aren't so important. I can double check it. It's more important than the side ones. The top ones are kind of just for almost just for looks. But I'll have another look. So they're looking out for you. Must be good. We'll see. Oh yeah, he's doing it. Yeah, I've been working here. This is my 4th season. I'm yet to see somebody fall out of one when I'm on it. So, like Jasmine said, thank you, pay. We're you for family, right? Where are you guys coming from? Chula. Oh, lovely. That's pretty local. Their inaugural trip, eh? Have you guys ever been in this boat before? Not this one. But always yeah. These are pretty new. This kind of the Cadillac of our rafting fleet.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to not have that weight.
No, yeah, it's definitely, and it's a different ride. You'll see. Jasmine, I think will get. They've got so many holes in their boat, right? Like in the form, so they get a lot more cheeky splashes, just like coming up with smaller waves. But when we get a big wave, like a tidal wave coming into those. If everything goes well today, there'll be a couple times where this is like a swimming pool. Oh yes. Oh yes. New experience. Look, they're on an adventure. Seeing the world. I don't know what they're up to be honest with you. Oh, we might need a push. Let's see. No, it's okay. Everybody think light thoughts, okay? Imagine ourselves as feathers. Jazz, I'm just gonna make sure they're all good and then we'll boogie. And of course, are you guys from Teslyn? You guys are from Toronto as well? Oh, so these aren't your friends? Oh, okay. And you guys can drive out to the morning or? Fires around here. Typically the way the wind blows, it blows over and lands in Merritt. You guys might have noticed. Oh really? Really? In Merritt? In Penticton? Scary. Yeah, this year is real bad. Would have driven through this then? Or not? You guys would have. It's such an old place, like one of the oldest towns in BC. They actually have the oldest business in British Columbia that's been continuously running. It's this inn. And it's been open for over 150 years. Before Canada was a country. This inn's been open. Who knows what John's going to do? Can't park there. I've got this rope I hold on to. The only time I've heard of guys falling out is when they're rafting along. And when we hit really big waves, you'll see they're so steep that I'm leaning way back. And then we've had these ropes go ping, snap, and then the guy goes poof, and falls out. I think Jasmine mentioned you guys pulling this red cord, eh? Keep it in mind. But I'm hoping to stay in the boat today. Something planned. The other day I was paddle rafting, and I was separated from my boat for the first time ever in 4 years. I jinxed it. I was talking to the guests, and just like you asked, they asked, what happens if you get separated from the boat? And I was like, that is my worst nightmare. That's never going to happen. I don't even know what I would do. It's like the most embarrassing thing that can happen as a guide. 3 rapids later. Giant waves. And the way the paddle boats work is when you go over waves formed by rocks, we call them holes. And they've got this really steep drop into this like foaming pile. You drop down, and as you drop down, the back of the boat kicks up really high, which is where you sit as the guide on the paddle boat, right? You're rowing. The technique is normally to hook your leg. You've got one leg like wrapped around the seat, kind of like a seatbelt. So I've done that. But the wave was, it's called Godzilla. I'll point it out to you today. Hopefully we get to see the paddle raft go through it. I had one leg hooked, I got launched, and I must have been 8 feet in the air. There's a video of me from this camera flying through the air. I was just like I'm doing a karate kick, flying through the air. I landed on one of my nice guests. It was all good. I tumbled out of the raft. Another girl had fallen out at the same time. Everyone else did really well to stay in the boat considering the size of the wave. So I was swimming in the water with this woman, Alex, who had fallen out. We eventually both made it back to the boat. And she asked me, she was like, did you fall out? And I was like, yeah, can you see me in the water? And she was like, oh, I thought you jumped in to save me. And I told her that that's the story that we go with. This would be pretty low water for us. It's pretty normal considering the time of year. But we didn't think that big of a flood this year. You can see this is the second edition of Spence's Bridge for these concrete pilings. Still holding strong. You can see below our river features, right? We've got waves coming off that. These are foils that are forming directly behind that pillar. That's something that looks like it's rushing up to the surface. You get some really little world forming here. And all that current pressure is back up here. We're just trying to have to hang out with the paddle boats today. The reason for that is we run safety for them. So through most of the biggest rapids, we'll be seeing them, which is maybe the second best part about power rafting. The best part is that some of the rapids... Sometimes they do that to be mean. They only have to blow their horn at crossings that are uncontrolled. They have to blow it 3 times. The best part about it is that some rapids today we're actually going to do twice. So we'll go through, and then there's enough slow-moving water on either side of the river that we can drive back up and hit them again. And then the second best part is watching the paddle boats try to get through the same stuff that we just did. So are you guys staying here tonight as well, or? Oh, awesome. Yeah, I think we have a, oh no, it's Friday. The gazebo will be open. I think tomorrow night we have live music. Yeah, we have bands that come down and play. Not the super dilapidated black. Like, there's no way he had it. I know. Maybe we'll go to war. It's that, it's that light brown building. It says hotel on it. You can see an osprey. Bird. Going through. It is, yes. It's not like 1860s vintage, but it's more like 1930s vintage. No, it's not new. It's quite retro in there. It's for sale as well. I don't know if you saw. So if you guys want to own a little piece of history, you can pull your money. Yeah, this is the original dock for the ferry, actually. So before this town was called Spence's Bridge, You might have even seen the sign would come in, it says Cook's Ferry Indian Band. So the native band here is still going by the original town name, Cook's Ferry. Yeah, giant one, hey? Yeah, so you'll see that a couple places where there's a bunch of power lines and then they have one that's just not attached to anything, specifically built so the osprey don't destroy the power lines. So those two are actually a pair, I'm pretty sure, and they had little ones flying around recently. Which is really nice. They've lived there as long as I've worked here. There's been osprey in that.
Do they come back every year to the same nest?
I assume it's the same nest they're coming back to. Yeah, osprey are super sweet. They almost exclusively fish here, and they're very, very, very good at it. The bald eagles try to fish. You might see them do their best attempt at it today. They're not normally that good. Most birds of prey that fish, they come in and grab the fish from the side, right? The fish is swimming along, and the eagles grab it like this, or do their best to. You kind of have to time their entrance. The osprey will actually swim in line with the fish, come by and grab it like this with their claws side by side. They're much smaller. All right, we have some pretty big trout and salmon in this river, so when they grab it, all they do, they pinch it, they angle the fish up. The fish, I think as anyone would, start freaking out when they get grabbed, and they start swimming, and the fish actually help the osprey by swimming themselves up out of the water. And the eagles tend to hang around waiting for the osprey to catch fish and grab it. So our longest section of flat water is here in the morning. If you guys want, we actually can go for a quick swim here. Cool off. Yeah, you feeling like this boat's awesome because we don't have to work as hard to haul people back in. I've got ladders back here that I actually can just let out right into the water, and you guys can climb back in. Well, if you want to swim, yeah, so that's a big eddy, right? So the ridge pillar, and the water still has to replace it back there, but it'll fill in from the bottom. You kind of see even here where it starts to spin and circle its way back up, and that's where we get whirlpools, where there's one current going upstream and one going downstream, and they hit into each other. So if you want to go for a swim, this is the spot. We're gonna have it's really, really deep in this river. Underneath us right now is probably about 20 feet of water. You won't be able to touch the bottom. Yeah, so if you want to hop in, all you have to do, jump in, just stay with the boat, all right? Don't get separated. Make sure you're holding on the whole time. So you do get bonus points for a trick.
Can you jump in and then hold on?
Yes. Yeah. Swim back! Nice. How is it? Cold? I'll get the ladder out for you.
Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah, the water temperature today is 19.5 degrees. Nice.
Oh, you're so slow!
No matter, right? Oh, there we go. So close! Nice, there you go. There you can see Murray Falls. That's a waterfall that actually freezes over in the winter, and people will come and ice climb it. That's where Spence's Bridge gets all its water from. Chilly? gonna fall out? Oh, no chance. I need to keep my jaw today. Or if you're holding on when I tell you, your chances of falling out are approaching 0. Okay? Yeah, and it's important, I think John's mentioned it, holding on in between your legs. We have had people holding on the outside, and they just awesome backwards right out of the raft. It's fun to watch. I don't think it would be too fun if you were the one performing this stuff. I'd like to learn people's names. Why don't I start here? What was your name? Jamie. Jamie. Crystal. Crystal. Isaac. Jamie, Crystal, Isaac. Finn. Jocelyn. Theo. Sadia. Jesse. Jocelyn, Finn, Isaac. What is it? Oh, during your exciting entry back into the raft, you went ladder free.
Free souvenir.
Exactly. Now you get to make up an exaggerated story to go along with it.
Fell out, you ripped
or you got bit by a river dolphin or sturgeon. We actually do get sturgeon that'll swim up the Thompson from the Fraser, which is kind of ridiculous. Do you guys fish for a sturgeon in Chilliwack or? No.
I've gone, but
not like a regular offense.
No.
What do you do for work?
I was a painter for 20 years.
Oh wow.
Industrial. Now I run business.
Nice. Industrial painting.
Yeah.
So painting like warehouses.
Windows, holes like that.
Oh yeah.
The camera, boxes like this.
This is just aluminum, I think.
Anything that's got paint on it.
That's you.
Yeah.
And now it's your business.
No, I just run.
Okay, cool. Not too much, eh? That's the dream, isn't it? What about yourself, Crystal? Oh, cool. Whereabouts? Same one. I worked at a grocery store once. Not doing any sort of managerial work, though. I worked there. I worked at a nature's fair. Oh yeah? Awesome. Yeah, during COVID. It was a bit of a... I was 14. I was certainly too young to be dealing with the people. Oh yes. Yeah. People would come in and they'd buy like $2,000 worth of vitamins in cash. Like, oh, totally normal. 2 shopping carts worth. Like counting their money. And I'm going to grade 9 after. And you guys are on summer vacation then, right? Isaac and Finn? Yeah. That's so nice. That's a great question. Yeah, we'll see. Normally, I can work here like 9 months a year, 8 months a year if I want. I can start as early as March and finish even in November. This October, a couple of us, the guy that you met at the put-in, Andrew, the owner of the company, we got on for the Grand Canyon this year. I'm back in the Grand Canyon in October, which is awesome. You have to it's a permanent thing. You've got to apply for a lottery, essentially. And he won, and I bothered him for like 2 months until he invited me. It worked great. So in October, I think we launch on Halloween. We'll go and do some raft down there, which is, I'm really, really excited for. I know. The Grand Canyon. So it's like 21 days, and you live off the raft the entire time.
Really?
Yeah, so all your food is packed in. I guess they've got this system, I've never done it, but a couple of people have. They have this system where they have the freezers stacked with like layers of ice, and then as it thaws is like the meal for that day, basically. I'm really excited. Yeah, and everything stays with you on the raft. Oh, a bunch of blue herons there. That's awesome. 6 herons, that's really rare. And then I think I saw, that's an eagle as well that was just flying there.
I see another like bird right on the ground.
By the tree, and then also on that pile of branches. Those look like juvenile bald eagles to me.
No, on the ground.
Over here?
Yeah, look, there's dirt on the ground. Separated from the dirt.
Yeah, far, right? I think that one's a juvenile bald eagle. The bald eagles, they take 7 years to get their white head. They stay like this spotted brown for the first long time. Okay, our first rapid is coming around the corner, all right? This one got named by Bernie, so I'll mention Bernie a couple times today. He's the original founder of the company. So he started rafting in 1973. And he would do Ashcroft rafting all the way down to either Spence's Bridge, he would actually take out here, or down to a takeout called Teslyn for the first couple years. And the reason for that is because he thought what we're going to be running through today was unrunnable. He was kind of under the impression that it wouldn't be realistic to make a boat through there every single day. And then 3 years into his rafting journey, right, owning the company, he decided, well, let's try. You can actually see the picture of his original descent. It's on the wall in the office. It is classic. It's like him, a bunch of his buddies. It's very 70s. They're all wearing cut-off jean shorts, crazy hair. Their life jackets are just these 2 orange pieces of foam that are tied together with a knot in the front. And no one's wearing helmets, of course, that'd be silly. And Bernie's got this old, like, captain's hat on, like a sea captain. And they're in frog, and every single person, no paddles in the water, everyone's just cowering in the middle of the boat. So eventually he did make it down, and then opened up rafting for the rest of it. But this rapid, this one's called Makeup Remover. He called it this because, well, back in the day, Spence's Bridge used to be quite a town. Like it was a bit of a metropolis. A lot of people were living here. The train's intersection was here, and there used to be really big fishing here. They used to catch a lot of the record steelhead up here. And one of the things that happened every spring was a beauty pageant with people around the Thompson Valley. So all the beauty queens would show up. Bernie would set up a little booth for the fair that was going on, and he'd hand out free rafting to all the beauty queens. Of course, he would encourage them to invite their boyfriends, all right, and then charge them the double price. So he's drumming up some business, still making good money, all right, and the beauty queens would show up after the pageant in their full makeup, all right, and then putting in some Spence's Bridge. This is our first rapid of the day. In the 70s, we didn't have like the oil-based makeup. It was all very powdery. It would run down their face and stain the boat. So through this, it's important. I'll yell, hold on, all right, for our first time. So we all hold on. See, that's actually one of our bus drivers' houses right there. Ahead on the left, right on the water. A guy named Rennie. He might even be there. How different it is here at high water. Like this would almost, like you can just barely see the trees poking up here. This is going to be one of the few times today where we'll actually be able to see the bottom. It gets a bit worrisome for me with the propeller in the back. And of course I worry about Jasmine. If I'm leading the trip, her goal is basically just to follow exactly where I go. Unless she hears my propeller going ding, 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 ding. And then hopefully she won't follow me. You're good now. This is... Hold on. other side right here. Okay. Oh, you gotta drink this. Okay, so we're gonna be switching all day. So what we'll do, whenever we switch, the two people at the front, right, so that's Finn and Jocelyn right now, you guys will stand up in just a second, walk down the middle aisle, come take your seats at the back, and then we're gonna just butt shuffle down. We're gonna be switching, right? We're gonna switch a ton, alright? Everyone will end up at the front. Okay, let's do it, let's switch! Okay, just for a frame of reference for you guys, makeup remover. It's a great warm-up rapid for us. All right, but if the biggest rapid we're going to see today is a 10 out of 10, that's probably like a 2. They fell in. You needed a swim already, hey? Those guys are doomed. Yeah, that guy fell in. You might have seen when we were making our way across, there was that big kind of wave in the middle of the river. So that one was formed by a rock, so we can't go into it. They probably dropped right over the top of it. This guy fell in. All right, let's hold on. Obviously, so the river at its quickest is doing like 20 kilometers an hour, maybe a bit faster, and then we get like another 20 going here. They're moving a lot slower than us, and just the way their boat is formed, they do a lot like kind of what we were doing there, like rocking up and down, and they stay in with their feet. So they jam their feet under these tubes that run across the raft, and they kind of lean in, and you might have noticed that guy already. I've never seen anyone fall out of a J rig that's on my boat, but no, I agree with you. We'll keep moving this today. All right? But our average going rate for paddlers is about 1 inch all out. With that group that's on Taija's boat, there's like a bunch of other guys. I think their rate will be closer to everybody. So you're summer break too? Hey, that's lovely, right? My mom works in the summer break, so she's awesome. She's a head tender. Everything, yeah. So you know, eh? Every time she comes home from work, I'm like, that's what she's like. Yeah, she's a very busy woman. Yeah, so she gets her summers off. My dad has 2 months. And they're on this huge, like, 2-month road trip across Canada right now. My dad saves up his vacation for 2 years, and my mom is just like, they're in Newfoundland right now. They drove across in like 2 weeks, and I think they've been in Newfoundland for about 3 weeks now. Yeah, they're lovely. And it's sweet, they're leaving, they've got this RV. I think that's their retirement plan. They're leaving the RV in Newfoundland, and I'm going to fly there maybe mid-December or something. So it's kind of hard to imagine, but when makeup remover at high water, when there's no rapids there, right here, we call this rapid's called Meat Hole. Obviously not a ton going on right now, but at high water, this is one of the biggest rapids of the day. During like our peak flood, 100,000 CFS, this just gets absolutely crazy. And you can imagine a lot of that is because of these rocks up here, pushing the water back into the river. Yeah, so we get our peak flood in like the first week of June. When it starts to heat up a lot and all the glaciers are melting. Often other rivers will flood too high for them to run. That time of year, we don't run paddle boats. Just because they're, mostly because of our hydraulic features. We'll get whirlpools at high water that are much larger across than this boat is long. So the paddle boats just can't really fare too well with that. Hopefully we're paddling on Canada in July. What's the school? Oh, that's awesome! So they're at an elementary school? Yeah. So awesome. So You get to order all the books that go, right? That's so cool. Oh, really? Your tester? Oh, yeah? That's awesome. Oh, wow. So this is another chance we have to go for a swim. You guys would like. No? None of the adults want to swim? Okay. Okay. Yeah, going for it, Crystal? What a dive! You can good. It's always in Here, I'll throw the ladder out on this side as well. Crystal, that dive was very impressive.
You like that?
Yes.
I know more where that
Are you an old? You're a pro, eh?
wanted to like raft guy.
Really?
You know that movie with Meryl Streep, River Wild?
That was an
I wanted to
inspiration.
be her.
That's incredible. Did you swim a lot?
Oh yeah,
Nice.
it's very good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So that dive was impressive. Very little splash.
Oh really?
That's not my style. I like to go sideways, straight in.
I pretend like everything.
Oh, awesome. I don't know what the tech is. My feet always slap while I'm jumping in the water. I didn't even see Sydney jump in. I just saw her swimming towards the propeller. Interesting technique. Yeah, I mentioned anytime any of you guys are in the water, either if anybody does call it on purpose or by accident, I always put the edge in the neutral so the dog's not swimming, but it's a good idea to just swim there generally. Sydney's like, la la la. That bear was awesome. Hey, did all of you guys see that bear on the bus ride up? No, just a couple of you. It was like scratching itself on the tree, I think, right outside Ski Hit, the provincial park there.
Last night I swear something was scratching on the outside of the tent.
I was saying that too.
Something big or something small?
Big.
I don't know, but I had the ear thing that I could feel.
Oh, really?
I like heard something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too.
Oh, wow.
And then I had a bear encounter biking KVR the other
Is that the Kettle Valley Railroad?
like down from
Beautiful there, isn't it?
Down, yeah. And I was just like biking along, and then he just like came on like right in front of me into the trail.
Really?
And I put my brakes on, and he's like, oh! And then he just like walked into the woods.
Moseyed off?
And I know it's just to stay still, but I was like, turned the bike around.
And went the other way.
I was like, I'm gonna go now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, you had an e-bike, eh?
I had an e-bike too, yeah, so I could go fast.
We used to camp, I used to camp around there growing up. I was right on Kettle River there, Rock Creek. Yeah, that's a beautiful area, hey, that trail. I'm from Surrey originally. We will switch, yeah, I think you guys haven't been at the front for a rafting yet, though, have you? No. No, yeah. So we'll switch after this. This next raft coming up is called Bighorn. That's a more friendly haul. I was born and raised in Surrey, but I've been living here most of the year for like the last 4 years. I made it out. I love it. You can see a bald eagle, good spot, are you? My family still lives in Surrey, my folks do, so I still visit them. I feel for them. They were thinking about like moving away. We moved houses. They were like trying to stay close to their kids. And then my brother moved to Australia. My sister lives in Florida. I live in Lytton, and I'm the closest. It's yeah. That's why I think they're gonna spring for the RV.
Yeah.
We used to have a family of beavers that were living here. They would build. They had a dam that they were starting, and I thought it was very ambitious. Obviously, they're not trying to block the whole river. Most of it's like this little eddy, but it's always funny to see. Yeah, it's not all that common for us to see there, so I hope we do. It's promising that we've normally when we see one, we see more. So hopefully we do. Yeah, I'm surprised we saw that bear mosquitoes. They might have been around the resort then. It's not that common for us to have bears around the resort, especially recently. Yeah. We have like a. Oh, let's watch. Phew! They just finished up. Yeah, so they're just practicing in case of a real wind. I'll tell you this. Practice. I'm not expecting it. But Taija's in the smallest boat we have today, 16-footer. That's like, it's only 2 feet longer, but the tubes are a lot bigger. It's funny, doing a occasionally with flip drills, especially when you've got a lot of time, and it's crazy the difference. If a boat has done a flip drill earlier and then actually flips, the time it takes for them to all get back in the boat and fix is like, normally it's like 3 or 4 times faster. They kind of know a little bit more what to expect. Now, but swimming for the first time in Whitewater is very chaotic. Hard to even know what is going on. I remember normally when people swim, you hear them before you see them. They're like, you're panic, and everybody comes up doing the exact same thing. They've got this look on their face, and they're doggy paddling in front of their eyes. What's the class? So yeah, the class has a lot more. I'll mention it. So the Thompson is generally rated as like a class 3 river. The class has a lot to do with consequence, more so than size of wave or like chance of something going wrong. It's more like how bad would it be if something went wrong. So the reason we're graded at a 3 is we're really warm water comparatively. Like obviously on a river like Silhouette or say Tiki Horse in Golden, where they've got like 5-degree water. The risk if you fall in, you get separated from the boat of like having cold issues is much higher. And then shallow water is the big one. Like hitting yourself on rocks, getting caught on wood. That's like the really big actual hazards on rivers in BC. And we just don't have to worry about any of that because we're such deep and warm water. So we're class 3 at high water. A couple of our rapids will actually get up to a class 5 just because of the hydraulic features. Turn into a little bit of a hazard. But I would say low water, there's a couple rapids now that are just unbelievable. Devil's Kitchen, for example, like we're not exaggerating on the bus. There's probably going to be 6 or 7 waves in that rapid that are 12 feet. Just absolute monsters. The first one is called the Jolly Green Giant. That's what we can drop off a cliff into this wave and then rise up the side of it. It's likely that if we were to look behind us while Jasmine is going through that rapid, as we drop in, we will lose sight of Jasmine's boat because of the height of it. No, that one's in the afternoon. Other really good ones right now, Bad Attitude. That one's afternoon board. Cutting board is normally a ton of fun, but this is Cauldron. We're really lucky, like this time of year, normally on other rivers, like not the best time to go rafting. When it's the warmest, normally their levels have fallen a lot, which means the rivers get a lot less powerful and their waves get smaller. Their waves get smaller. For us, we always have so much water moving through. Ours just changes a little bit. So like at high water, the Devil's Kitchen is basically flat because it's formed by big rocks that are so far under the surface we don't really do anything at that level. this time of year here, I would say is pretty much the best time. It's so warm, end of July, early August. The level is still great, more than enough water for some still big, powerful features. And the sun's out. All right, let's hold on. This is a small one. It's called Little Horn. Okay, we'll switch again here, we'll switch. Jamie, right? Yep, Jamie and Fish, perfect. Now we call that rapid Little Horn, just because it's the lead-in to this rapid up here called Bighorn. So Bighorn, that's a couple of rapids this morning that are named after Bighorn sheep and the things that they get up to. So occasionally we take school groups rafting, and sometimes we'll take them through just the morning section. Either we'll put in at Ashcroft, all the way up to the town of Ashcroft, and raft down to Shaw Springs, or we'll just do Spence's Bridge to Shaw Springs. Sometimes we do that twice. So we like to get photos. We have photos in the afternoon of all you guys. But when we're just doing littler sections, we have photos right here at Bighorn. So my first year, 4 years ago, we had a photographer. All right, and you'll see a little rock outcropping that's right adjacent to the biggest wave just offshore. And so our photographer would hang out there with their camera, and then right as we were crashing through the wave, get a good picture of us. And then it must have been maybe my 5th or 6th trip, all right? And we were coming down this way, and I was the 3rd or 4th boat. They're all looking back, like looking confused, and then we start going back. And then we look back and they look confused, and then we round the corner, I'm seeing, where is the photographer? I can't see them up on the rock. Normally they're wearing their bright blue Kumsheen shirts, they're really easy to spot. So we get a bit closer, keep looking back, like getting more and more nervous looking. No photographer. Eventually we crash through the wave, and as soon as we're through it, all right, where the photographer should be, it's just a bighorn sheep, all right, a big male with curling horns, looking stoic, standing where the photographer goes. And then as soon as we pass the outcropping, we just see our photographer climbing onto shore, soaking wet. So male bighorn, they compete for territory, and the way they do is by butting heads, right, and crashing into each other. So I guess that bighorn viewed our photographer, Jessie, was her name, funnily enough, as a bit of a threat. So charged her, she ended up jumping out into the water and swimming to shore. So we still take photos here now and again, but now our photographers always wear a life jacket. All right, let's hold on, guys. Lovely. All right. Keep holding on for a second. We're going to do this one again. Holding on, holding on. All right, let's swim, let's swim. Heading back to you, Isaac. Through most of the smaller rapids, if I say hold on, especially if you're at the back, it won't be hard on you and you would want to win. But for most of our biggest ones, you have to be holding on to two ends. Just because when again, when people fall out, because they're doing stuff like this. I heard a story real bummed. About a mom who was doing that, the bull riding thing, Taija was her guide. He told her a couple times to not, all right? They go through a huge wave, she has her hand up, she's falling out of the boat, reaching for something to grab onto, finds the back of her son's life jacket, and they both end up in the water. That's what I find. Like normally this is like when coming like noon, 1 is when the smoke comes like 2:30, 3, it stays hot till it's like 10, 11. Yeah, we're gonna watch them. Some guys do. I only yell forward and back and get down and hold on. And oh my god! But yeah, often they'll say left back, right forward to turn the boat. But because they have oars, you can see, like Taija at the back can do a lot of the turning, while his guests handle like the momentum. So you can see the size difference in the boats here, right? Taija's going big. We'll keep an eye on these guys. It's very interesting. That's a great question. They're doing some highly technical rafting. I think they're just trying to get a better angle on the wave, would be my guess. Oh! What? They're all good? that's a surge that Taija was talking about. So the waves, even as we drive up alongside, you can look at them and see that they'll grow, build, eventually they'll crash, and then settle and build again. You get our best flashes, obviously, when they're crashing right on your head. All right, let's hold on. It was just a new product, so NRS, Northwest River Supplies, I think they started making them. Oh, nice, good spot. So the only other place that runs these boats on Earth is the Grand Canyon. They run day races as well. It's not that in demand. Most of our tubes, like that design is actually left over from the Korean War. They were used as inflatable bridges with those floorboards stitched between them. So not all those tubes are from that era. I actually don't think there's any still kicking around from that long, you know. But a lot of those tubes are like 30 years old.
Burning white with the fire fleet. They lost so much.
I think over 100 tubes we lost. That was our biggest loss, is my understanding. Yeah, you'll see them. This is like one of the only places you see bald eagles just hanging out, not in a tree. Pardon? You're okay for now. lock bag. You've got gaskets on your neck and your wrist that it's sealed on the feet. You can totally submerge yourself in water and you come out dry. Way up. See it on all other rivers. Like, I don't know if it's all right, depending on when you came. Way overkill from where we are. Pardon? No. Maybe in the really ring of our less formidable raft guys, but I have. So he was trying to drive me. Everybody was kind of questioning for it. We wouldn't really get a straight answer. Eventually he pulled over right here. Caught the tent on a paddle boat. Was pointing out in the hills, talking to his guest or something. He was taking his girlfriend rafting that day, of course. And he starts unzipping his dry suit. He's taking it off, and underneath he's wearing a rented tuxedo. Alright? He's got a little container of roses in his breast pocket, passes to his girlfriend, gets down on one, and comes home. Right on the water. Of course, what did you would say yes? So that bridge was actually originally built, some people call it tunnel 2. That bridge was actually built after some particularly conductors. It used to be quite common for bighorns to eat caught in those railroad tunnels. And again, some of the smarter bighorns, right, and the non-competitive males would try and escape. They wouldn't really have anywhere to go. Some of the males would actually try and square up and headbutt the train as they were rolling through. The conductors eventually went up to the side. They got that bridge put in. There's actually a series of steps leading out from bighorns to Ron, the river. And actually, the old pictures would come to floating under, over 5 or 6 feet rafting on the road. Alright, we're coming up to our lunch site in like 10 minutes or so here. This is kind of our last chance if anybody wants to go for a swim. I know you guys are all kind of look like you just went for a swim. Okay, all good then. I'm just gonna pull in the ladder. Sorry. Yeah, it's only about it's an hour and 15. We've been on the water, yeah, an hour and 15 so far.
How long do we do the second half for?
I think it's just over 2 hours. But much less chances to go for swims. A bit more.
How long do we run back?
So we'll actually, Kumsheen, right, is right on the water, so we're going to boat past the resort, and our bus ride back in like 5 minutes. Yeah, it's awesome. So we take out right on the Fraser River. Where they meet. How are you guys doing? Nice. All survived. So it starts right where this beach goes, and it only goes on for like 200 meters. It's just from the highway down to the river. No, it's just on the shore. Oh, really?
Yeah, I've already got
More than 50 provincial parks.
Yeah.
Holy, that's fun.
Well, last summer I did 90.
This is just this you've done 50? No, all time. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, gold pen. It's kind of, it's been weird. I'm not sure how open it is. They've taken down, there used to be a sign on the highway. They've taken that down now. I know it's closed for overnight, but people still use it a ton of the days. They had, when we had that flooding, Chilliwack people, you remember, the atmospheric river that came through. It blew out that part of the access road. And they basically haven't really done anything about it. Yeah, the flooding really changed here. We had a ton of our creeks that feed the river blew out. Our old lunch site actually used to be like another 45 minutes downstream of here. It's called Lytton. That actually all washed out into the river, which was unfortunate. This property that we have now is actually a fair bit nicer. And then the other silver lining is all that debris that ended up in the river way downstream shored up and actually created a rapid for us. So we've got maybe 2 or 3 rapids that are brand new as of 5 years ago. You guys are stranded, hey? Wow, what, for days or? That's insane. Abbotsford was like a lake, eh? Insane. And still rebuilding Castle Fun Park. That place is hilarious. That's the second day now, right? Yeah, I took my my 1001, like my structural firefighting course this winter, and one of the instructors was a guy from Abbotsford. And he said that was just like the craziest week of his life, man, in the fire service. No, but they were doing like search and rescue work, and people were getting like washed away when the streets turned into rivers. Yeah. All right, so this is our lunch site here at Shaw Springs. This is a place where we actually do have a mom and 3 cubs that live locally. So they might be on this side of the river right now. Occasionally they'll literally push off or might even swim across and go up into the hills. So you can keep your eyes out, maybe we'll see them. But when we hit shore, just make sure your guys' legs are still working, right? Hop off the front of the boat. You can walk right up this ramp here, and lunch will be being served. It's a burrito buffet. All right, make your own burritos. It'll be right under these canopies. We do have, I think, 8 people coming up to join us in the afternoon. So just make sure you have your first. There's going to be plenty of food. So make a big burrito, eat it, wait for the lunch, the afternoon people to show up. Pardon? No, you'll eat up there. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be on our boat, but they'll come rafting as well. Yeah, I think they're going to get 5 more. Pardon? No, the other people are paddlers. So I think this is our crew. Just make sure when you take your gear up, just put it at the picnic table you guys are eating at. So you don't lose it. Sometimes after lunch we have a great life jacket shuffle, all right, with the resize everyone. All right, you guys can just mind the bump here. Awesome. Hop off the front of the boat. I'll see you guys up at lunch. Very much. John, that boat is hissing? Down, guys, if this boat is leaking.
No, we're okay.
Okay.
Is on the boat posting.
Lovely, yeah. Okay, cool. No worries. You guys still hear hissing? Okay. Yes? Do you hear it still?
I can just
Okay, it might have just been the boat sliding. Sometimes it goes like... I'll have a look. We'll all have our fingers crossed, okay? 7. What are you pointing at? My hip? Money. It's fine. I'm one leg J-rigging like this. I think J-rigging is better than paddling.
I usually do that too, but I think I do the other way. I go like this.
I do that I go like this. This is what I do a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's actually a stretch too. Hip's doing good, guys. Thanks, Jack. Tune back in 45. I was just catching up with Jack. Let's go up, guys. Chad, I'm going to send this person flying. Uh-oh. Wait, Taija, I lost the password to RaftNet somehow. New phone. You know what it is? And your helmet, eh?
Starlink password.
You guys got your phone on you?
I think it's the same as
You guys can tune into our live stream.
same as your credit card. Is that what it's doing on the GoPro?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty odd. Just waiting to launch someone out of my boat.
Chat, do I launch the groups down the illegal rapids?
Chat, this
One
boat-
for yes, two for no. Just set up a poll.
This boat's broken. Silhouette.
Okay, are we watching Jasmine here, Sheila? Yeah, concentrating. Bum, legs,
Nice.
and you've done this before, Jasmine. It might look like it, but
Yes, 100%. Coming up. That boat's worth a lot more than me.
are they all from the UK? Wow. Oh, okay. Cool. Yep.
Your truck gonna be good to go? Mine will be. Mine's fine. Sure, sure.
Yeah, we
This is how you get up, bro. Right? Go down here, and you just put your foot up. Okay. It was taller before. It was taller before, okay, guys? It was taller before. Where we step from?
You guys can't hop on the boat, just make it quiet.
Okay.
Gotta be flexible. Gotta be flexible.
So here at the back, running in here. Or a foot taller. Yeah, I cannot go shirtless.
Could you not?
Can't really stretch it. What's this?
I mean, I think it was, you know,
Yep.
yeah, no, I think like all the signs all up.
Living with all the black
Yes, they're vicious.
Yeah, some of the stuff from
Oh, yeah.
like came down.
So you push it hard like this, and you launch it.
Warmed up, are you ready for the big water?
I'm ready to drop it.
Alrighty. Good luck out there. We'll need it. Are you in like dad jokes. I questioned the trip about.
I'm like, I went like this.
And then this person, Sheila, you're doing the same thing. So then
No. Isaac, are you going in front? Better. Back to your yeah, but you should stay alive. Yeah, okay. But then you have to go back. Tap the arms up.
Maybe that's what it was.
Oh, that's what it was. What? That's very
is it a cushion? Yeah, it's sitting on the cushion. Yeah.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah, same spot. Yeah, but then someone jumped in the water, and then you guys switched positions. So then you were like license, and Isaac kept extending.
No, switch sides as well. We have Mexican swords.
So if you're underneath in that ear pocket, swim out
Do you need to be on this side?
It's 4 and 5. You're all good.
I can't agree.
I think it was always like this because Finn and Isaac, but Finn and Isaac kept double switching.
Yeah, others didn't want to be
He wasn't going in.
But
Yeah, I
now
know, yeah.
we're gonna swim.
Swap.
I'm gonna go right now.
This kid stole my spot.
I know, yeah, that's what's happened, right? I end up at the front a bit more over there, I think, Jesse.
Awesome.
All right, yeah.
I think, yeah, it's funny though, these tubes float, each of these tubes float 12,000 pounds. You could definitely have everybody on this side and we might not
Not much to
notice.
worry about.
No.
How many people can you have on?
This one I think we maxed out at 13. But now we have this box, so we might have lost one seat. This new, it's like a battery in there now. These J-rigs we can fit 60 in. And we got this massive boat. It's 38 feet long. It's like almost twice as long as this raft, and that one fits 28 people.
To do this.
Yeah, to do this. It's
You guys have a
absurd.
good morning?
It's kind of donut shaped, so rather than having two separate tubes, it's closed at the front and the back.
Nope.
And the motor is like sitting in a pocket of water with a tube behind it. It's
well, we're
insane.
not
It's in like 4 different waves at once. Like snaking through the raft like it's it's pretty ridiculous. We bust it out when there's like huge groups coming rafting. A true party boat, that thing. Good then, Jasmine?
Yeah, my cousin.
Probably not the biggest raft of the day, but definitely. Frame didn't come with it either. We had to get the frame was built by a welder in Ashcroft, and this boat is called Ken. It's got a name because the welder's name is Ken. Was Ken, yeah. Ken. I don't even think he knows. All the other boats are named by numbers. Those are also ridiculously expensive. This 16-foot raft, the one that Allie's on, again with no frame, no gear, I think is about $6,000 US to buy brand new. It's absurd. I own a couple rafts. I own, wow, 4 rafts now. It's a bit out of hand actually. But all the ones I buy old and secondhand. The newest raft I have is, I think, 25 years old. The thing about it is that just the technology hasn't changed much. Still just 50%. All right, well, let's see if we can get back out this time without a problem. Oh, you can see the bear that I was talking about. This bear? Oh yeah. You keep him in his cage until you guys try to feed him. That's the mama bear. I wonder where they're see the cubs? Yeah, she looks like she's going to go for a swim. Chat! Flip this! I see one of them up in the trees there. That's awesome. But they will swim right across the river here. A bear! Whoa. We're a rat guy from England here. Yorkshire. And when they said bear, it sounded like a bug. Yeah, we've had to chase them off for one reason. Yeah. No, they live around here somewhere. But they don't live right here. But we see them, they'll like swim across. Sometimes we'll see them further downstream walking up the hill. Sometimes they'll come right up to Andrew. Oh, and he lives right here. On the property, a little bit more on the downstream side. And he would go shoot in the front lawn some morning. them off from lunch is kind of a draw kind of a job. Who has to walk over yelling? Two bears, one day. I know, but we saw one on the bus as well. That's a good 4 bears. That's a pretty good day. I wonder if they're coming to visit Holiday. I'm a photographer and quite a formidable one. Yeah, so what you just said everything Holiday. So over there's a broad rock, alright? Normally you guys are getting scared, right? And 3 rapids later at Devil's Fishing and Cutting Board, normally turn into the pond. Hey, you guys had a good lunch? Enjoyed the burritos? Nice. Who had the most? Anybody go for third? No? Just seconds? Occasionally, I always call it a make your own burrito buffet. I used to call it all you can eat. But we had people that would take it a bit too seriously and have like 5 or 6 burritos. So we were answering the forget that had rafting coming up on Townsend. We named this rapid after them. This one's called Lose Your Lunch. Didn't have a name before that. But this one got named probably 15 years ago. Yeah, there's just one. Well, I'm just waiting for an incident to happen. It's called the Rapid 17. It's the only rapid on the river that doesn't allow the real name in. So maybe Isaac, if you feel like doing any exciting tricks in that one, give it Cauldron. I can swim or... So it's 25 for our entire day. So from above lunch to everything until frog, and then after the 25, but currently you can only start counting it frog. I think on most of our merch, like our water bottles and t-shirts and stuff, it shows from frog down, all the rapids. All right, this is Lose Your Lunch, guys. Let's hold on. Yes, you are. Every year, I think. Go through. Oh, bighorn sheep. Good spot, Crystal. You can see they're presenting their behinds to us. osprey. Or maybe not even. Back here? Yeah. Really? That's an osprey up there. Those might be white-tailed deer. Those are deer. They're just ridiculous people. That's a really old car wreck there, eh? The highway here, this whole mountain, it's called the Dry Knock Slide. It's basically falling into the river at a rate of a little over 2 centimeters a year. Which doesn't sound like a ton, but adds up really, really fast. They've lost this section of highway. This is their 4th attempt rebuilding. And here you can see the most famous sign on the entire Thompson River, the Thompson River, which is quite a landmark for us. On all of our documents that aren't completely official, we call it the Thompson River. So Charles, the bus driver, he's born right around Lytton, lived here his whole life. I'm sure it was at one point, but he says he cannot remember when it said Thompson River. He seems to think it's maybe always said Thompson River. Like they put up the sign, and then within the first couple of weeks, all those letters fell off and weren't affixed properly, and then it's just been this. Like a golden eagle in that tree. Golden eagle? It's insane, right? I'm trying to tell from so far away. Well said. Yeah, that is a golden eagle. It's like a young one though. And we've seen bears. those rocks were washed clean. And then where that stain is on the highway, that's our historical high water. That's a more normal year for us. That would be around 100 to 110,000 cubic feet per second. That's what we normally get into. This year we're going to get up to 80,000. That's like just under 4 times what we have today. feel like driving? Okay, we'll start back here. Everyone, I think everyone will get a chance. We've got a really long flat section for a while. Okay, here's the deal. Now hold on to this with your left hand. So turn so you're facing the same way as me. Nice. Okay, just so you know, to accelerate, you twist it. Okay, so try not to twist it too hard. With your other hand, you hold on with this. Okay, so to turn it, if we were to turn the boat that way, which way do you think you'd move this?
That way.
Yeah, no, it's a bit counterintuitive. You have to go behind you. So push it towards me. Go the other way. Towards me over here. Okay, now we'll accelerate. Yeah? And every time we turn, you bring it all the way to the left or right. So face forward. Okay, you put your hand just like that. There you go. Okay. So push your hand far away from me. Oh, don't let Jasmine take you. Jasmine! Jasmine's first time driving as well. Okay, so keep turning like this. Don't accelerate. Push it far, far, far. Okay, why don't we give it a little bit of gas? We'll do a donut. There you go. Okay, do it. Keep going. There you go. Let's do one more full loop. Okay, bit more throttle. Let's see. Okay, one more. Let's do a circle. Okay. Facing this way. It's a straight line. Yes. More towards me, more towards me. Try and get it so the nose is facing west. Okay, let's see, full throttle. Okay. One more loop. Full push towards me. Okay, one more donut. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Do you want to try? No? Yeah, okay, so you come back. Okay, you can try. Okay, were you listening, Theo?
Yeah.
Do you want a handle on it, you think? Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hold on to this first. You don't fall down. Okay. So why don't you push it so it's facing away from me? Push it away from me. The tiller, there you go. Okay, now give it a bit of throttle. We'll do a quick turn. Nice. We'll squeeze down the paddle boats. Okay, one more donut. That's okay.
Wait, which one?
So we'll do this, keep spinning, and then keep spinning. So keep pushing it away from me. There you go. Get a bit more throttle. Again, facing this way, pull it until it's forward. Like that. Okay, a bit more away from me. Straight ahead, just like how you are. Pull it towards you. All the way, all the way. And now you're getting it. Okay, and then you can see when you want to go straight, you're a pro. Okay, let's just bump into one of the paddle boats. What? Let's bump into one of the paddle boats. It's called a ferry. What you're doing right now. Beautiful. You're all grabbing now. What do you think, Isaac? You want to try? See that? Okay. Yeah. So you hold on to this with your right hand. There you go. You're facing that way. Okay. So you can imagine when you pull it to the left, the boat is going to go. Pull it right, and then go left. Okay. When you want to turn, throttle down, pull it towards me.
Like.
No, the other way. All the way behind you. swim now, hey? You can see they're doing a flip drill. We can in a second. I just want to get a bit further away from these paddle boats first. You can see they're doing a practice flip. So everybody jumps in, Allie pulls the boat over, and then they get everybody to the front of the raft. If you want to go for a quick swim, you can here. You can jump up the front, yeah. I'm probably not going to put the ladders out, so we'll just pull you in by hand. Yeah, you have to jump off the front, but to the either side of the boat. No falling. Nice! Okay, swim back! Nice job. Now you three out. Are you going to see a flip? Yeah, I'll pull you in. Try and keep your legs behind you. Alright, let's see it, Theo! Seal entry. Seal entry. Bounce on your way out. No, go for it. You're not allowed to swim into the propeller. Try and get your legs behind you. Here, ready, come on. You good? Get it behind the bird. Okay. Okay, so put one hand down and one hand grab one. One, two, three. Beautiful. Just the boat. There you go. If you didn't have the life jacket, what? Maybe. You might have a hard time floating though. It's funny, even in, I don't want to say I'm terrified of rivers, but I have a lot of respect for rivers now. Like if you didn't have a life jacket, right here, you would be pulled under. So those are buoys, that stuff you see pushing up to the surface. It wouldn't be like, you wouldn't get slammed under. You'd have to be treading water to stay afloat, for sure. Working hard. Everywhere with those buoys, that water that pushes up needs to be replaced. So everywhere you can see like a little seam of water is water pulling back underneath the surface. And we have something on the Thompson called helical flow, or helical currents, where all the water from the outside funnels back into the middle like this. That's one of the reasons, I mean, on other rivers they talk often in their safety talk about swimming to shore. We don't talk about that. It's so hard. Especially anywhere you can access water. Okay, this rapid is called Jack's Rock. And so this one's named after a raft guy, alright, named Jack. Most of the time, when we have rapids that are named after raft guides, it's because of an incident that happened on the water. Alright, and normally, if it's an exciting enough incident, they got the rapid named after them. It's exciting enough that it was their last day of working. Alright, that was the same for Jack. If you asked how many people did on a day, the answer is 16. Alright, Jack had 16 people ready to go rafting. He was on a solo boat trip, alright, which we do not do anymore because of him. Alright? And then he was right about to get on the bus to go away, and who shows up with his girlfriend, hoping to go rafting with her. Naturally, Jack and his mom. I'll tell you about the rest after we make it through. Alright, let's hold on. poking up, eh? In the middle of the river. Those waves are formed by shallow rock, and like 2 weeks ago, it just looks like a wave. You can't see the rock, and it feels like it was going like this with the wave. So Jack, with his 17 people, alright, you can't really fit them all. 16 is like cheek to cheek, alright, packed in. He's trying to figure out a way to make room for his girlfriend. Alright, so he looks to his left, we've got our gas, first aid, repair, all that stuff's pretty important. But he looks to his right, he sees his spare engine. Well, we hardly ever use the spare engine. Okay, so Jack just kind of hears the word spare, alright, figures he doesn't need it, leaves it at the put-in, and sits his girlfriend down right there. So his spare sitting up at the put-in, his girlfriend sitting there. They make their way through the morning, all good, no problems. Only thing is, Jack isn't really getting very many splashes. Alright, so his girlfriend, honestly, she's not that excited. Jack's been hyping up his job all summer. Let's hold on, don't fall off. Oh, you're good. Yeah, he's been hyping up his job all summer. No splashes. He knows about the wave in the middle of the river here. Alright. So Jack decides, he tells him this guy's going to be an awesome splash. He goes full bore, full speed, right over the top of the wave forming there. Alright? But at that level, tubes can go over the wave, your engine can't. Alright? So Jack's engine slams directly into the rock. The boat stops. Jack hits the floor. By the time he stands up and looks behind him, the engine just sinks into the river. Alright? Thankfully though, right, Jack's a good raft guy. He looks to his right to grab his spare. Of course, not only is his spare not there, neither is his girlfriend. His girlfriend got launched out. She was swimming in the water over here. Jack throw-bagged her, alright, threw her a rope, pulled her back in, got everybody back in the raft. But now he had 17 people and no engine and no way to get around. So Jack's ingenious solution is to get everybody off the side of the boat doggy paddling, trying to get to shore. It takes him like 15 minutes. He ends up hiking up to the highway, hitchhiking back to get his spare engine, and then coming back to finish out the trip. By the time he makes it back, his girlfriend is pretty much fed up with the whole thing. She's wet, she's done, she's hitchhiked back to Kumsheen. So Jack, disheartened, finishes out the trip, and by the time he makes it to takeout, who's waiting for him there but Bernie, the founder of Kumsheen, with a check for Jack's final day of work. We got the rapid named after him. He lost his job. Alright, but I did meet him. Alright, our 50th anniversary, that was my first year. I wasn't even a raft guy yet, but I'd heard the story of Jack's Rock, and I was just chatting with people. We had this big alumni party where everybody would work was invited. We get to talking. Alright, it's him, his wife, and a couple of their kids. Turns out his wife was the same woman that he had took rafting that day. So they ended up hugging it out. And Jack, when I met him, had just recently retired from his job working as a safety officer on BC Ferries. That's one of those rafting that changes in fun, obviously. I put problems about it. one of the best cliff jumping spots on the whole river.
Where do you cliff jump?
Right off the train.
Cliff jumping?
You don't cliff jump off this. Can you imagine?
Is it actually a really good now?
I think that'd be maybe a bit too exciting. You can see some boils here. These are just little ones. But that water. This is called Conception Bay. Alright? Why? Well, it depends who you ask. If you were to ask Bernie and Lorna, they get a little bit red in the face. Alright? And then they say this is where they conceived of the idea to have a rafting company. I might tell you this is too shallow. Okay, we're all going to be thoroughly soaked soon. Pardon?
The person in the back doesn't get splashed.
No, not as much on this boat. Well, normally when we have like staff or staff friends that are rafting for free, we don't normally let them go. But it's like a lot of the time our staff will go rafting, especially on the paddle boats. Like if only 2 or 3 people book in for paddle rafting, there's like a text that goes out that's like, Jasmine only has 2 paddlers, anyone want to come rafting? And people will come up. Sometimes we'll even, like a guide on our days off, will follow the commercial trip down. Like I would take one of my rafts out and just be like tagging along behind the. It's really hard to beat this job. Now 4 years, every year I'm like, okay, my last year. And I don't think it's a more fun job, but it's to work here, I think probably about 14, but to be a raft guide, you have to be 18. We do a guide school. I took guide school when I was 17. It's pretty sweet. It's 2 weeks. Nobody has any idea how to raft, and by the end of it, you can. We raft every single day. We did it on the Chilliwack River, and we're basically there commercial run every single day. And then up in the canyon as well. You can see this. We call this Garden Corner. Alright, not really named for the rapids, but actually named for the truckers in the area. You can see there's a very sharp turn in the highway here, and it's not banked at all. It's actually banked slightly towards the river. So occasionally truckers come by, they turn a little bit too fast, flip, and spill all their cargo. Well, they flip. We've had them actually get almost all the way down. Of course, depending on what spills will actually come by and heat up. So this year, most of this conventional lumber spilled in early spring. And on days when we have jets, Andrew would have us come by on empty day rigs, stack up the wood and load it out. significant for us. We use that as a marker, all right, for what we call the point of no return. We're getting really close to the Devil's Gorge now. All right, so I'm going to check all my rigging right here, make sure nothing I have is going to fly away. What I need from all you guys to walk across, find a friend. You need to check someone's life jacket, all right, by pulling up on it, making sure it's not sliding around, all right, and someone needs to check you. I'm going to come by and confirm in a second.
Wait, so it's getting hard now?
We're getting into the gorges. The rapids will be bigger, yes, but it's more about that we don't have as much time in between them.
What are we checking?
Life jackets. We're going to be switching after pretty much every single rapid through the gorge as well, all right? All right, let's see. Well, no. We're still getting on the water for like an hour and a half. This is the start. This is the beginning of the end. Yeah, like I said, the gorge, it's not like doomsday. The rapids will be the biggest we've seen so far. But the reason we have concern is more about how back-to-back they are. The biggest rapid today will be here, I think, Devil's Kitchen. That'll be the 10th of the day. But we'll see. We'll see how the river's treating us. It really depends. So this is where, if anybody has come, I know you've come before. So I don't know how, if it was a long time ago, you might have been before we started having lunch here, but this is Legendary Thompson. This is where we used to have our lunch site 5-6 years ago, pre-flooding. Yes, you remember. I've heard about this hike. I've heard it was quite biblical. Yeah, so you hike up this long winding hill for the lunch site. Unfortunately, the street flooded. It undercut our building, sent a lot of it out into the river. We had to sell. We sold the property actually to highways, and they needed a staging area because the entire bridge got washed out as well. So all that debris, like I said, ended up in the river. All right, raised the level right through here, so it had to descend a lot steeper. All right, and actually also shored up against this wall, deflecting more current. And that gave us this rapid right here, the tadpole. Good luck! Very smooth, eh? Yeah, so that actually was from when this whole area used to be glacial lake. Those rocks are quite old. Alright, let's hold on. This is called the tadpole. Alright, because it is the last rapid before the fall.
Underwater for about 2 seconds.
This is Frog Rock. All right. So, guys, there's going to be big rolling waves. All right, immediately into some crashing waves and then whirlpools. Right, there's going to be rocks on our right, whirlpools on our left. Normally we opt for the whirlpools. Okay, so make sure you're holding on tight. Our boat might spin. All right, I'll tell you when it's important. Our photographer.
What's the hardest one?
No, our photographer is here, Holiday. All right, it really depends with the surge. Like Tadpole, we don't always get a huge splash like we got there. So our photographer Holiday is here. Do not let go to wave until I tell you. She's on the highway. I'm gonna point our boat right at her and we'll give a good chance to wave. Just don't do it beforehand. Super important in the gorge. You have to listen to me. We have to hold on with 2 hands. All right? Screaming makes the waves bigger. Let's hold on! Taija. The big concern here is a lot of the water pushing you right towards the rock. That is the perfect line, the one that Taija did there. Teslyn, a bit more excited. Survival, forward, we're on the left. See Holiday now, she basically makes a mad dash to her car once she's not going to get run over. Gollum's downstream, and she'll take pictures of us either at Kitchen or at Cutting Board.
Wait, what's the next one?
This is called a washboard. I don't know if Taija mentioned on the bus, it's named after Jamie and his washboard abs. This one is one of my favorites. No. Just because the waves are really big. They're really rolling, and it just gets better and better throughout the summer, all right? A lot less. All right, let's hold on. stream here, hey? So this is called Green Pools. This is where some of our bigger hydraulics are still forming. You see big boils in the middle of the river here. And then this huge current pushing all the way back up towards the top. All the water against shore, heading the wrong way.
So that wall says 1978.
It's dating the concrete there. How are you guys doing? Hey, you look dry. Oh, no you don't, never mind.
Where do they go?
All right. You. This is the Devil's Kitchen, everybody. We're gonna hold on tight. We're gonna think happy thoughts, and we're gonna scream our little hearts out. Massive waves, all funneling into a huge whirlpool on River Right, called the Kitchen Sink. Trying to get away from that whirlpool at the bottom. Taija running the pretty big alley too. Taija's found his way into a whirlpool. Looks like everybody's accounted for though. Those waves are, and we might have even got a better splashing tadpole, eh? It really depends on how they're crashing. It's enormous, eh? That rapid changes so much. Seriously, a month ago, that is like flat water, almost. We run the whole other side of the river. And that whirlpool at the bottom right, that thing flips more of these paddle boats than I'd say almost every other thing on the river combined. It's just a matter of either you're in it or you're not. Pardon? I think that one, I was thinking that one would be our best. Like for the biggest wave. Cutting board is really cool, that's the next rapid here. It's a really narrow chute. And it might be the fastest we go all day. Taija, they work their crews pretty hard in that rapid. Normally you give them a little bit of a break. float. Even in a life jacket. In cutting board. You cannot float it. Next rapid's called Garburator. That one has a ton of control. We'll get some later. Oh, probably not. Let's see these windows out. Like that? Wow. Are you gonna change it? I feel like, I don't know, really impressive. Like that are like often craft guides from other rivers. Who are just like some people like or people feel like it's so out. Stuff like that. Exactly. I love power rafting. It's great what we get to do to people. Later after the gorge, yes. Not for like another half hour. You didn't swim in the last jet. You really know you didn't swim. Let's hold on to the carburetor. Still a carburetor up here. You can see a big oil that's pushing off this head wall where the black moss is growing. That oil's losing some of its power, but it's sometimes the biggest feature on the whole river. Let's hold on. And we can relax. You can see all the boils on either side of us, especially on river right now. And here in front of us, forming on the jetty line. This is kind of after dark now. All right, let's switch. Next one is Witch's Cauldron. You can see some of the whirlpools forming right here as well. Right in front of us. Yeah, so after the gorge, we still have 11 rapids. All right, so we got 4 more in the gorge, 11 after. Bad attitude might be just about as good as 50. We'll see. Let's hold on. Are you good? The tube just goes flop. Let him know earlier. Like with the left tube that gets sucked under a little bit. This is called the Witch's Cauldron. Kind of famous right now for the wave at the top. We call it the Witch's Hat. You'll see it's one of the more interesting waves. It's very triangular. The face of the wave is almost parallel, kind of like this. You kind of run it from almost sideways. Just so you know, this rapid's a bit chaotic. Waves kind of coming from left and right. Our boat does this a lot today, right? Up and down. Today, we might, on this rapid, we'll do a little bit like this as well. We'll see it all. All right, this is the Witch's Cauldron. And that is the Witch's Hat. Holding on. followed by the jaws of We'll see how it's doing. Jaws of Death notoriously surgy. Alright, sometimes it just flattens right in front of us. There we are. Good for right. Pardon? I don't think so. I've swam that rapid. Yeah, I swam a lot of the river. It depends on the level. Obviously, like I have a lot of experience swimming whitewater, but the places that are scary to swim are the places with the huge hydraulics, and that just doesn't really have it there. Like big whirlpools, big boils. That's the stuff I'm scared of. No, if there was a lot of places where you die if you swam, we wouldn't run them.
Like you chose to swim?
I've swam it by accident. We raft this river after work in smaller boats. I'm not the perfectest raft guide. Occasionally we flip in those little boats. All right, this is Gums. The Gums of light. Changes a lot. So we actually have a legal cutoff for this rapid. And so anything above 55,000 cubic feet of water per second, we are legally required, all right, by the governing body of Rafting and Whitewater to make an attempt to go around those waves. So we basically hug this, the left channel, like it's the actual river right shore, but on our left. Big hydraulics forming here. At high water, this is basically the scariest piece of river I've ever seen. This whole area is just boils and whirlpools, all the way down. volume river. Right now they maybe be at like 30 cubic, so cubic meters, which is like under 1,000. This is 700 cubic meters and 24,000 cubic feet. Like this kind of here, maybe 1,000, maybe 11. 25 times bigger. High volume. Not like, obviously they still have waves and stuff, but just the amount of water. That's where we pull off of. Just like less water moving into it. So that's where we feed off, right off the top of Campbell's Lake. So as their level drops and less creeks are feeding it, our level drops. We're really lucky, that's why we have such warm water. We pull right off the lake. Upstream of here, it's a bit more glacial. Alright, but we pools in the lake, drops all its sediment, we get this clean water, warms it up, takes all this good stuff. Awesome, Dad. This is the oldest railway bridge in British Columbia. It's about 120 years old. Another awesome cliff jumping spot. I don't think so. Yeah, maybe I jump off that. There's a bridge later I'll show you where there's like professional cliff jumpers. I guess that's a profession now in the age of Instagram, where they just film themselves jumping off of high places. And they've actually come out here and jumped off a bridge shorter than that, but taller than the one I showed you earlier. And this is the narrowest section of river right here, and you can tell that it's really deep because we're so narrow and there's zero whitewater. Right underneath us right now is about 70 feet of water. And at our high water, it gets over 100 feet.
That's crazy.
Nice waterfall there.
Is there any spots on this river?
Not on a trip, no. You can imagine it'd be quite the hike. The waivers do not mention cliff jumping. My boss watches it too. Oh, you are. He's giving some pictures. Drop straight to the top. So we call this Export A. This is crystals in it, yes. Bernie, when he first started rafting, he would catch this eddy every single day after making his way through the gorge. You can see one of the best examples of an eddy we have. It's massive, huge current moving all the way back upstream. Whirlpools forming along the line. So after he would survive the gorge, which used to take him over an hour and a half to make it from Frog to here, mostly because he would scout every single rapid. All right. Also, back in those days, they had what they call bucket boats. So those rafts have an inflatable floor, so all the water that ends up in it streams out the side. We've got holes on the side. But back in those days, it was totally stitched up. So instead, one guest every day, instead of getting a paddle, would get a bucket and just be bailing through the rapids. So that took a little while. He would scout every rapid to figure out how he could make it through. And then the last thing that slowed him down is Bernie would flip along. All right. And so flipping's actually really fast. You saw it, still going downstream. But once you get everybody back in a real flip, normally you go to shore, make sure everyone's okay, and then the really big time killer is convincing them all to still go back.
I find going upside down kind of fun.
Have you flipped in a raft before?
No,
No.
but I just mean like watching them.
Yeah. Sometimes it's pretty cool. Occasionally, it's a bit too exciting, for sure. Especially the first time. Normally, in a flip, the guy does fun. It's real exciting. You're outside, and your adrenaline's really going. Oh man, that wave, the wave that I'm looking at, that you guys are going to see in just a second real close, is called the Green Monster. Let's hold on! Yeah, you can feel our airtime, eh? Well, watch the paddle boats go. They'll probably go just to the right of where we were. There's another hole there. Tracks away all the way along. But it's not quite as steep as the ones we went over, eh? Pardon? So it'll be posted after, yeah. Pardon? I don't think. I'm sure it's cool. Blasted out into the river. You'll see this tiny little trickle on the river left shore, alright? Flowing through this massive gully, alright? You can kind of see how destroyed this creek got. All that debris got sent into the river. A big part of this cliff actually collapsed away, alright? And created this rapid. This is bad attitude. Let's hold on! We're gonna do that one about 1 billion more times. this is like that rock is forming the biggest wave on the entire river. It's like dropping into a water. So the truck's underwater. I've actually had it before where my boat that I was on, the boat fell out in the wave formed by this. Our boat got stuck on this rock. Water like pushed us up, dropped us on the rock and then settled. And tried to swim around the way. We fell in a circle. We got separated. I was downstream of the boat and tried to turn the positive on that rock. And had to jump all the way to the shore. Let's go! let's switch. I want to have a trip where we only did that. It's like 20 minutes. You pay like $5 every time you go to the rapids. We just like hella drop the boats in. Bang, bang, bang. Sorry, you can't. You want to come back in? Yes? climbing in here. So hurry up, and you guys, if you can just start climbing in. Here, Sydney, you want to get pulled in? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Good? Nice.
Put your knee on the bottom. Put your knee on the bottom.
Good job.
That was wild.
I did get in.
Okay, hop on in, Isaac, hop on in. Tim.
You alright? You alright?
Oh, hey, nice job. Good job.
Don't even need the light.
We're off the wall. Everyone, swim was okay? Good job, Teslyn. Yeah, you can feel it. the rock climbing portion, but I think we'll have it. Pardon? There's no rock climbing, unfortunately. We're gonna boat right past the resort. We'll be on the water for like 30. Yeah, hopefully. Pretty crazy, eh? This is called Rattlesnake. Swimmers? How much? You're facing directly at the wing. Normally flips up and down like your whole body. And behind you. How's that doing? Better? Most dangerous section of rail in BC, almost in Canada. A little section of a bit sketchy. So those waves we went through in the rapid off the wall, you might remember the gainers at the front, those big ones, those were actually formed, getting redirected into the middle by two derailed waves. You can't see the vertical level. course. Yeah. Sailor bar, I mean, we get like 25-foot waves. It's ridiculous. So you know about that boat, that giant boat. We call it Escalante. Yes. Well, we have. Yeah. So we've got two boats that go to the freezers. One called Dibs. That's just like basically another 7 feet longer than these boats, but still same design, just longer tubes. And then Escalante, which is like 15 feet. And then we strap the whole other two boys. Razors are really cool. Oh yes. Yeah, it's incredible. Since far last year, when there was a smaller wildfire on the west side, we were rafting through Taija Bar, and there was Black Hawks fucking dipping right out of like the end of the YouTube. Guy to have a rapid named after him who still has his job. Taija, that's the guy that was yelling at us. The rapid where he's going right now is what's named after him. It's called Taj Mahal. It's his first paddle trip ever. So when you get signed off, when you become an official raft guide, it's after you've done 4 trips, all right, in a row with another guide on your boat. After you pass your 4th, they don't tell you whether or not you pass or fail it. They just send you out on the trip, basically. Like one random morning where you're going to go rafting. So Taija passed, but he didn't know that he was signed off yet. He wasn't even supposed to be rafting that day, but one of the guys got sick, all right, at the foot end. So they threw Taija on the river in a little boat like that, and his first time ever paddle rafting, his boat got stuck surfing in the wave he's going into right now. He got flung off of it. So just his guest, his German family of 5, were stuck in this wave alone, no guide. For I think he said it was almost 10 minutes. But we had to get a J-rig to pick up Taija, drive him back upstream, and he had to jump back onto his raft. Don't fall out here. boat get a little bit more slack. It just like hits the waves and then throws it at us. All right, we can switch here. How are you doing, Finn? Yeah, it looks like it. So, Crystal, are you guys staying tonight, or are you back to? Oh, nice. Oh, really? Oh, wait. That would have been like 12 years ago. Yeah, he was just a babe. Really?
I got old photos and everything.
Aw, babyface Taija. That's so cute. Yeah, he was too. Oh, he must have been getting fans still. He didn't have it, eh? Two guys. That would have been just when he started. That's awesome. Yeah, he started when he was 18. No way. Yeah, he's chasing down 30 now. A piece of the furniture around here now. Pretty awesome. Yeah, so he thought he had a raft now. And, well, he thought the guy This is called pre-rinse, all right, because it's the lead into washing machine. top of the confluence. That's where the top of the lake is. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. It's one of the largest like collisions of rivers by volume on Earth. But the reason they're different they're different colors and different temperatures, so they take a really long time to mix because their temperatures need to equalize. So you get this really stark line of brown and blue like colliding and swirling together, and it takes over 2 kilometers for the rivers to fully combine because there's so much volume. important, guys, when you take out, again, double check your legs are working. All right, stretch them out. Hop off the front of the boat, don't hop off the sides. All right, it's pretty easy. Surprisingly, you can put all your gear in that truck. There's two ladies standing in it. All right, so life jackets. If you have a splash jacket, throw that in there, and then you can make your way right up to the top. You can really see me. Right now, yeah? Goodbye, chat. Oh, whoa.